Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board for March 19th, 2023 to order. Ms. Johnson, will you please call the roll?
Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Daniels?
Here.
Mrs. Hairston?
Here.
Mr. Holbrook? Dr. Mealy?
Here.
Mr. Nelms? Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And just for note, Mr. Holbrook has texted me he's going to be 15 minutes late. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I heard Mr. Daniels first, second by Mr. Daniels. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go in closed session pursuant to Code of Virginia 2.2-3711A13. 1, to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, disciplining, and release of contract for specific school board employees, including the evaluation of the superintendent as provided in his contract of employment, for the discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for public purpose or of the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body.
I have a motion by Mr. Hill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by
Me.
Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We're in closed session. Okay, do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved, Madam Chairman.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holbrook. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Johnson, will you please certify the meeting?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Okay, let's move on to item 3.01, Virginia Literacy Act update and textbook recommendation. Dr. Woodford? Or Dr. Bergen?
If I can start it off. So board members, you might recall just about a year ago, we were talking about textbook adoption, and we adopted for the secondary level, but we put a pause on the elementary, even though the community had done the work and we had landed on benchmark. That was because around that same time of year, with the changeover in administration in Richmond, we knew there was going to be the enactment of the Virginia Literacy Act, and we were told that the new administration wanted to reconfirm the materials that had been identified by the previous administration as permissible for purchase. So here we are a year later. The process has not moved expeditiously, but it is moving along, and we now have way more information than we did even 2-3 months ago, that the same 3 textbook series that we had been considering a year ago are all on an approved list by the current administration through the first cut of what is going to be permissible. So tonight we wanted to give you and the community a deeper understanding of the Virginia Literacy Act. It's a significant act by the legislature, and we're very supportive of it for its investment in public education and in literacy. And it will lead, because it's an information item, we are intending to come back next month and ask you to take action to allow the administration to use the funds that have been set aside for a whole year now so that we can refresh all of our literacy materials at the elementary level, get those materials in this summer, and provide professional development. So next year we can start with a division-wide focus on K-5 literacy using common materials in all of our schools. So Dr. Woodford has some more details for you about Virginia literacy and next steps in the process. Dr. Woodford.
Good evening, members of the board. It has been several months since we were able to provide any updates on the progress of reading curriculum approval for elementary schools. So I would like to share what we have recently learned from the Virginia Department of Education. Just to provide some reminder background, in the spring of 2022, the General Assembly proposed the Virginia Literacy Act for several reasons. First, to reverse the trend in literacy levels in Virginia, to address learning loss from the pandemic, to ensure that all children read at benchmark in kindergarten through 3rd grade, to provide support for the increasing number of at-risk readers, and to provide evidence-based instructional strategies and curriculum. Beginning in the 2024-25 school year, it's the expectation that through the Virginia Literacy Act, every student in kindergarten through grade 3 will receive core literacy instruction based in scientifically based reading research and evidence-based literacy instruction. Every family will also have access to online resources to support literacy development at home and will be able to participate in the development of their child's student reading plan if their child does not meet literacy benchmarks as identified on the PALS test. Also, that every teacher will use evidence-based literacy curriculum, assess student learning using approved literacy screeners, which would be the PALS assessment that we've used for many years. Also use student level data to inform intervention and instruction, and also to participate in training on evidence-based literacy instruction. The fourth expectation is that every reading specialist, in consultation with classroom teachers, will coordinate and oversee intervention for students not meeting the PALS benchmarks and will develop and monitor student progress while working closely with families and teachers. And that every school division will develop a literacy plan and ensure that the use of evidence-based literacy curriculum, that there are enough reading specialists to support all students who need intervention services, and that the division will provide professional development to support those teachers will be in place. The VDOE has collaborated with the Virginia Literacy Partnership, which is at the University of Virginia, to identify stakeholders throughout Virginia to serve on a curriculum committee and a literacy planning committee. These stakeholders include university professors, reading specialists, teachers, principals, division-level staff, parents, and private school providers. The timeline shown here provides a high-level look at where the Virginia Board of Education and the Virginia Department of Education are in their rollout. The yellow starburst on the timeline indicates where we're at currently. The Curriculum Committee has reviewed all submitted textbook curriculums, and those that have met the criteria for the science of reading have been approved and sent to the Virginia Board of Education for approval. This summer, the Virginia Department of Education will host training for all reading specialists. While we do not have specific dates and places, our specialists are aware of the training and are aware that it will take place sometime this summer. In the fall, the committee will begin to review supplemental and intervention materials to be added to the approval list in the spring of 2024. And training for K-3 classroom teachers will be offered next summer, in the summer of 2024. The Virginia Literacy Act requires the Department of Education to recommend K-3 instructional programs in literacy, including core, supplemental, and intervention, that are aligned with the eligibility criteria of the Virginia Literacy Act, namely that it has to be evidence-based literacy instruction and science-based reading research for approval from the Board of Education. The VDOE has partnered with the Virginia Literacy Partnerships in the School of Education and Human Development at UVA to conduct all of those instructional material reviews. The core instructional program review consists of two phases, the first of which is a review of alignment of the features to the expectations of the Virginia Literacy Act, and then a review of the supplemental and intervention materials in the second phase. This first phase is complete, and a list of approved textbooks are now moving on to the Virginia Board of Education. As you can see here, this is an update of what the Department of Education recently released in Superintendent's communication of the programs that do meet the requirements for the Science of Reading Guidelines and the Virginia Literacy Act. We are very pleased that the instruction team, when we went through a textbook adoption last year for our reading programs, that all three of these textbooks were in our top 3 choices, and they are now on the DOE approved list that's going to the Board of Education. When we went through our textbook adoption process in 21-22, we gathered input from teachers, we formed a committee of stakeholders to look at materials in depth, and we gave an opportunity for public viewing and review of the materials. At the March 2022 school board meeting, Dr. Eisenhower shared the top 3 choices from the committee, which were Benchmark Advance, McGraw-Hill Wonders, and Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, with Benchmark Advance being our top choice. Again, we are excited that all 3 of our textbook curriculums that we identified are acceptable for the Virginia Literacy Act. And we're confident, based on conversations with the Department of Education, that this list will grow, and that if our choice has made it to the Virginia Board of Education, that it will meet the standards that the DOE are expected to have with the Virginia Literacy Act. Therefore, we would like to move forward with approval from the school board in the April meeting to purchase Benchmark Advance for grades K through 5. By having that approval, we can go ahead and order materials using the money we set aside last year for reading adoption and have them ready to go when teachers return in August, if not even before. We were very lucky that we were able to do some training in our grades 6 through 12 curriculum over the summer, and most of our materials were here and ready to go in August. So if possible, we would like to be able to offer that to all of our teachers K-5 if we can get approval from the board to go ahead and make that purchase. And so we'll bring that back in the April meeting to see if the board approves our textbook adoption. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions for Dr. Woodford? Okay, Dr. Mealy?
Thank you for that presentation. Did I understand you that we would order it in April and then we would provide training for them in August when they came back?
Well, we would hope to offer training to any teachers who plan to come back and who want to do that training at the end of this school year, which is what we were able to do. You know, so many of our teachers like to get that material and plan. And then for new teachers hired or teachers who aren't able to do that, we'll try to offer something in the summer and again in the fall.
That's a great idea because teachers do want that before they leave.
Yes.
I just have one question about the student reading plans. As I read it, you know, I'm not in the thick of it anymore, so I understood it. I thought to say the Literacy Act when I read it that the reading specialists would coordinate and oversee these reading plans. So are we going to also provide training for our teachers for that sort of thing? And then how are we going to do that? How are our reading specialists going to handle? I mean, they could have tens and tens and tens of students. You know, it wouldn't be impossible in a school to have, in a 60-person first grade class, to have 30 kids who were at risk.
So we actually attempted to begin the implementation of this last fall with our own kind of in-house developed reading plan so we could get everyone used to that. Now the DOE has told us that they're giving us a template for that reading plan that they want everyone to follow. I believe that's probably why they're pulling the reading specialists together this summer so they can give them that training and give them that template. I would agree, yes, we're going to have the teachers as part of that, as always, for intervention. I'm not sure we'll know our numbers until we kind of get into that, but we might have to offer some additional support to make sure that, I think what the responsibility of the reading specialist is to make sure everyone who doesn't meet the benchmark has a plan, not necessarily be the only one implementing the intervention. So working with the teachers and a big part is also working with the parents and actually having a meeting to talk about what we all need to do. So.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to insinuate that they would be the only one.
Oh,
No,
absolutely.
working with the teacher, but still, you know, from being a principal, how that can kind of get away from people. So
absolutely.
I just
and we don't
am
want to have any
interested in-
plans that kind of get lost in the way. And yes, absolutely.
And by no fault, it's just we're human, and
Absolutely.
sometimes stuff like that happens. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
I heard him, and then
No,
I'll
go
get
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Harrison.
Okay, all right. Dr. Woodford, thank you so much for the presentation. I just have a question regarding the literacy material.
Okay.
I know in past, I'm reflecting, okay, back on my past experience where often we would get various literacy textbooks and things like that, but we wouldn't get all of the materials or a full set. And teachers and schools would have to supplement, and we'd have to pull from various resources. So my question is, are the schools and the teachers getting, you know, everything that comes with the set for those grade levels?
Yes. As part of the package, we not only looked at the curriculum, but what we would get in the package, and the trade books that connect to the stories and the skills will be coming with that.
Okay.
We also, I'm pretty sure most grade levels will get a digital version. You know, we also have those consumables that come, they'll come for 7 years. So when we bundled it and asked for a quote, we got everything that the teachers would need.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hill?
Dr. Woodford, I just want to make sure, because there was some confusion last year with some of the teachers, and I'm not an educator, but I hear from our teachers quite often. I want to make sure that we're not going to just say this textbook and this textbook only. They're able to use other resources based on their knowledge and what they know is best for their students that are tied to this textbook, correct?
Correct. And I do want to say, just as a reading specialist myself, I do have some concerns with the fact that we have a lot of students who are not reading at grade level at the elementary level. And so I want to make sure that anything we do is really tied to a strong foundation of skill building and good explicit phonics instruction, which can come from that curriculum and textbook, and then adding on supplemental or intervention. So, yes, sir.
They can add on. That's,
Oh,
I just wanted
absolutely.
to make that clear.
Correct.
Okay, good deal.
Yes.
Thank you.
We have a lot of good resources that we've purchased over the years that are really good for kids that we can add on.
Daniels?
We spoke after last month about the grades and spelling and what we saw. This benchmark advance, do you feel this is a really good upgrade for us to be able to help pull our students along?
I will say that I personally reviewed all of them with the lens of a reading specialist and a teacher. Benchmark Advance is a rigorous program, but I think the high expectations are good for our kids. I really like the intervention, and I like the fact they embedded a lot of nonfiction, and I did like the fact that there was language and spelling in there together. So it's a very cohesive curriculum, and it also includes writing on a daily, if not weekly basis, which is another area we've really struggled with going into 8th grade. So personally, I feel like it's a very strong curriculum all around. The second one, McGraw-Hill Wonders, is also a strong curriculum. I just think we have more teachers and specialists who really liked the difference that Benchmark Advanced offered. But I think when we all are on the same page and we're working on the same direction in spelling, that will also help us. There's a little bit of freedom there with word study that
And if they're excited about it, if the teacher's excited about it, I mean, that's going to transfer to the kids, and hopefully we can pull these results along. Okay, cool, thank you.
Any more questions for Dr. Woodford?
Yep, just one more. Are these actual textbooks, or is it, okay?
Yes, sir. They're textbooks, and they are trade books that kids can actually have.
Okay.
There are online versions if we want to post those materials for kids to have access to at home. I will say sometimes the worry is if we send those textbooks or the trade books, the actual little novels home, that they'll not come back or they'll be destroyed. So it's nice to have them online too, with the ability to make photocopies if we need to. But yes, they are actual books.
They will be implemented mainly by textbook.
During the day,
During
for
the day,
sure. Yes,
okay.
absolutely. Our goal is to, especially with our elementary, to have as much face-to-face, hands-on as we can. Yeah, and I'm old, and I really love having a book in my hand.
I agree, 100%.
I will just say one more.
Not about the old part, but about the book part.
It's okay. I was agreeing with you.
Yeah.
You just triggered me on photocopies.
Yes, sir.
Photocopies do tend to come home. It would be nice if the quality of that photocopy was good. There's been several times we've gotten stuff at home. It's crooked. It looks like it's a photocopy of a photocopy. That makes it really difficult. So if we can just, as a best practice, make sure that they are pristine copies, I think that would help significantly.
And I do think that's probably because we're taking books and actually photocopying them. With the online resources, they're going to print as a PDF, but I'll double check with the Assistant Superintendent of Operations to make sure his copy machines are working well.
Any further questions?
Ma'am?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Woodford. Moving on to item 3.02, policy updates. Dr. Bergen?
Yes, Madam Chair, the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee met a couple weeks back on February 21st and are putting forth 8 policies for consideration by the full board, and then a month from now we ask you to take action on these 8 policies. They are Policy AF, Strategic Planning, the updates to this policy, and again, for the public, all of the detail, red line versions are available through the link on the agenda. I'm just giving a high-level overview. Strategic Plan AF, the updates include specifying that data must drive the strategic plan, that the focus of all departments needs to align with the division plan, and with a nod to Goal 4 of our new strategic plan, that there should be an emphasis on parent and community partnerships. Policy BCB, school board officers, is being reworded simply to conform with other policies, referring to the leadership positions as chair and vice chair. Policy DA, management of funds, includes nothing of significance, just minor updates to legal and cross-references. Policy GCNO, employee improvement plan, is being recommended for deletion because it is duplicated within policy GCN, evaluation of professional staff. Policy GCBD, professional staff leaves and absences, is being recommended of deletion of the word professional, so that the policy would then read staff leaves and absences, because the language in the policy is pertinent to all staff, including support staff. Policy IE, moment of silence, the policy is being recommended for an update to reflect a reorganization of the content, not necessarily new content, but just organized differently with updated legal references. Policy IFDE, distance learning, recommended edits include renaming of distance learning to virtual or blended learning, and updates to cross-references. And finally, policy KMA, relations with parent organizations. There are recommended policy wording changes to simplify the language, and again, updates to legal and cross-references. The full red line versions are available online. The board's not being asked to take any action tonight, just to receive these for information and take a vote on these next month under action.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bergen. Any questions? Okay, moving on to 3.03, special education plan. Dr. Bergen?
Yeah, so annually by federal and state law, all school divisions are required to have a well-articulated plan for how we're going to address the needs of our special needs students. So the information you're going to receive tonight from Mrs. Jennings has already been reviewed by the Special Education Advisory Committee, and tonight you're receiving it for information, and then next month you'll be asked to take action. So, Mrs. Jennings.
Hi, good afternoon or evening, school board members. So, in accordance, we do this every year in accordance with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Improvement Act, the regulations governing special education programs for children with disabilities in Virginia, and school board policy IGBA. Local school divisions must submit an annual plan and applications for the provision of special education and related services to eligible students with disabilities who reside in the jurisdiction as an agreement for implementing federal and state laws. So this is for your information for you to review, and it will be up for next month for your vote or your action on that plan. Do you guys have any questions?
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Yeah, so I've looked at these plans for several years, and they're not exactly the same, but ideologically, they're the same plans. We speak to things such as purchasing of instructional, educational materials and assessment materials, staff conferences. I won't go through them all. Our special education children are not performing where we all would like them to perform. Is there anything that we're going to be doing differently with some of this funding? I know this one was like 14 million between state and local to help us so that we can ensure that these students are going to progress better than they've been doing. And I understand COVID has come into this and all sorts of things, but we still have the responsibility of making sure that these special education students progress at a reasonable rate.
Yeah, so our 6B funds that do cover in the annual plan cover curriculums and different materials that our students would need. And some of the curriculums we have been able to purchase for all the schools is a reading program, as well as working on some math curriculums to provide those interventions and to provide a more specially designed instruction for our students in mind, thinking about those outcomes for SOLs and assessments. So those are some of the things we've put in place this year and in the coming year that we're looking at to make sure that we're giving that to our students and for them to improve in those areas. So.
And do we take any of these resources, because I've been in schools as a teacher where we do this and as a principal too, where we evaluate whether or not this program is something that's providing what we hope it's going to provide to our students? Do we keep any even anecdotal notes or data regarding, you know, like I'm going to pick an old one, you know, iStation was here 100 years ago, and everyone thought that was really good, and we used it as well at Stewartsville. And then it came to a point where he said, you know, I don't think for the money we're getting what we hoped we would get out of it. So are we looking at that with regard to the programs and assessments we're purchasing with some of this money?
So our dyslexia advisor, as well as right now our supervisor for elementary, we are looking at scores such as the PAL scores, the SOL, the benchmarks, the growth assessments. We're looking at all of those pieces, and we know what students are participating in a specialized program and seeing where that improvement is. So do we have actual data right now that we can provide? No, but we are keeping track of that data, and hopefully we'll have more of that to be able to speak to as the programs go on, because we do want to make sure that the programs are working, that we're using. They're all evidence-based, researched, you know, multi-sensory approach. So yes, those are things that we are looking at. We are collecting data on our students and looking into the future to see if they're improving.
Did the SEAC committee, did I hear someone say they reviewed this?
Yes.
Did they have recommendations upon
No.
their review of it?
This was presented at the last SEAC meeting in February, and there were no recommendations. They do have concerns with the Parent Resource Center coordinator and us being able to hire someone in that position. So that was the main piece that was brought up with that.
Okay, thank you.
Bill?
Question similar to what Dr. Mealy just asked. I'm interested in what's changing going forward. So maybe it's in here, and if you can point me to that, that's fine. But, and this is not just for, you know, special education, but I'm interested in a go forward. We're spending dollars. What are we doing different this year that's going to take us to the next step based on feedback and what we observed from the previous year? So, and this may not be that document. This may just be like hey, we have to submit this and turn this in. And if that's the case, I'm okay with that. But it would be nice to have a summary of here's how we performed, here's what we noticed or the data says, here's what we're tweaking going forward, and here's what we're spending our dollars on to get X, if that makes sense.
So this plan is for the funding and what we're going to use the funding for. So when we're looking at those assessments and those pieces, that's going to be through what we do with the instructional team that we're working with Dr. Trosper's team very closely, instruction and the SPED department, and looking at that data and looking at the assessments and what's being used. So that's data that's collected through that, not through this annual plan.
And I would just like to say, one thing that we as a team have really focused on is consistency in programs. There has been some flexibility in the past to buy materials that work, you know, that you like in your school. We have looked at specifically the Sunday system as a reading intervention that is research-based. We are training all of our special education teachers on how to use that program effectively. It also helps us, I think, give you what you're asking for. Is there something we can measure? And it's very hard to do when everyone's doing something different. And so Mrs. Jennings' team right now is working with Mrs. Bowyer and the instruction team to look for a math program that's intervention research-based that we can buy for all of our schools and implement with training, and that way it's easier for us to monitor too. So Mrs. Jennings and Dr. Trosper plan to present the next data information item to the board together so we can specifically tease out the special education, because that's definitely an area we have great concerns with. And we'll have in there some of the interventions we've tried this year and what we're going to do this summer and next year moving forward. So I think we'll be able to give it to you.
Questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Jennings. And we are out of informational items, and we are early, so we will get an extra long dinner tonight. But we will go ahead and break for dinner. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene this regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board for March the 9th, 2023. If you would, please join me in a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you would, please join me in a moment of silence in memory of Cheryl Sprouse. She was a former president of our Bedford County Education Association and a former teacher of Bedford Middle School and Stanton River Middle School. Thank you. Okay, now it looks like this is the big moment. Mr. Edwards, let's move on to the recognition of students and staff, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you, Mr. Vice Chair, and Dr. Bergen, please come forward? It's been 27 years since Stanton River High School has had a state champion team in any sport, and that streak is officially over, and in a very big way. The River Wrestling team had such a big lead over any other school that they secured the state championship before the final matches were held, which is an amazing achievement. In the opening round of the tournament, River Wrestlers went 11-0 and pinned every single opponent. And that's amazing as well. An incredible 6 of the Golden Eagles reached the state championship match. An even more incredible 5 of them claimed state titles in their respective weight classes. Tonight, we celebrate all of these individual accomplishments, but most importantly, an overall River State Championship team. A state qualifier in the 106-pound weight class, Levi Roach. At 113 pounds, he is now a 2-time state champion, Colin Martin. Wrestling at 120 pounds, a 4th place state finish, Josh Manning. At 126 and a state runner-up, Caden Saavedra. £132, and also now a 2-time state champion, Noah Neininger. At 138 and placing 5th in the state, Peyton Hatcher. A state champion at 150 pounds and literally one of the coolest names I've ever had the privilege of reading, Bo Ice. At 157 pounds, state champion, Brady Barnes. And at 165, crowned state champion, Macon Ayers. A fourth place finish at 175, Josh Kelly. And a state qualifier at 215, Austin Powell. Coach and dad, I presume, Chip Neininger. Region 3D Coach of the Year with the State Coach of the Year award yet to be named, Head Coach Scott Fike. Yeah. The Virginia Class 3 State Champion Stanton River High School Wrestling Team.
Just trying to sneak my head in.
Here we go. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. And we'll take one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
Congrats, what's up? How are you?
Yeah, congratulations, guys. What's the cross for?
My nephew, he passed away.
I love it.
I
thought it was 9 German.
I love it.
Is it like 9?
Yeah.
Like is it 9 German?
Yeah, wonderful. Congratulations.
Can we have Matt's?
The stock market game is an online simulation of the global capital market that engages students in the world of economics, investing, and personal decision-making. Forest Middle School 7th graders Maddox Palmisano and Michael Pert, along with other club members, were each given $100,000 in funny money to invest during the game period, which ended on December 16th. Maddox and Michael finished first and second, respectively, out of 29 middle school teams in the nation. Maddox earned a 5.83% return above the S&P 500 index with a total equity of $106,401.79. Michael finished second with a 1.26% return above the S&P with a $101,829.50 return. The remaining 27 teams across the nation ended up in the red.
Whoa.
Forest Middle School Stock Market Game National Champions, Maddox Palmisano. And Michael Pert. There we go.
Good job, Mike.
1, 2, 3. And let's get one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Maddox and Michael will be available after second period next Tuesday for board members seeking sound financial advice for their portfolios. The Jefferson Forest High School swim team has been on an amazing run the past few years, and that run is officially continuing. The team accomplished a plethora of milestones at the recent state tournament, and we recognize those individuals and groups tonight. Brendan Whitfield was named Seminole District Swimmer of the Year. He followed that feat up by claiming state runner-up in the Class 4 50-meter freestyle, and now, with a time of 42.77 seconds, is the Class 4 state champion and new all-time record holder in the 100-meter freestyle, Brendan Whitfield. Meanwhile, Jack Mills claimed not one but two state runner-up medals for his performances in the 200-meter freestyle and the 100-meter butterfly. Jack Mills. And we will begin, board members, to get repetitive now. The 200-meter freestyle relay team claimed the Class 4 state title with a time of 1:22.46. The group broke the Class 4 and overall VHSL record. Team members include Jack Mills, Max Schoenfelder, Ryan Frazier, and Brendan Whitfield. Once again, that is the 200-meter freestyle relay state championship team. And the 400-meter freestyle relay won the Class 4 state title, while their time of 3 minutes, 3 seconds, and 81 hundredths broke the Class 4 and overall VHSL record. The group is made up of Jack Mills, Owen Widzis, Max Schoenfelder, and Brendan Whitfield. Once again, that is the 400-meter freestyle relay state title team. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And tonight, River Wrestlers are not alone in who we celebrate. JF's Luke Worth wrestles in the 138-pound weight class. He had no shortage of success this year, making it to the state tournament and then to the championship round, where he wound up with a state runner-up medal. JF's Luke Worth. Right. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, and congratulations to all you guys. What an amazing feat. Keep it up and hope to see you back next year. Okay, moving on to public comment. Let me put my glasses on so I can read this. The public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 40 minutes. Speakers are asked to state their name and voting district. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 40-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting, and we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, profane, abusive, or hateful language during their comments or at any time while attending this meeting. We also ask that speakers keep their remarks objective and about the school in nature. Please keep all comments limited to matters related to public schools, and any comments that are harassing or amount to a personal attack against any identifiable individual, whether a board member, or staff, or student, or having the potential to cause unnecessary delay or disruption to this meeting are prohibited. This is a public meeting for public matters. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers, with a ringing bell indicating a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 4 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for our cumulative 40-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 4-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Mrs. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. Also, we ask that you please do not adjust the microphone at the podium, as it has been positioned for optimum audio quality. Our first speaker tonight, Sabra Byers.
Sabre Briars, District 7. I'm here this evening to bring information to you in our community of the Drug and Substance Abuse Residential Treatment Facility and Halfway House Facility in motion for GOOD, which is a residential area approximately 4/10 of a mile from the Otter River Elementary School. It's even less to residences located nearby that homeschool. The planned treatment and living facilities is called Sobrius Cure. The properties were purchased in August of 22 and have yet to be occupied or maintained to date. The purchase and intent of this property was kept very quiet, maybe so therefore no pushback of the community. So what is Sobrius Cure? It is a drug and alcohol inpatient residential treatment facility, and this one is to be proposed as a male only. It will be housed as a 3.5 high-intensity chemical dependency treatment center, which means clinically managed services designed for people with serious psychological and social issues who need 24-hour monitoring and are at risk and imminent danger or harm. Those patients whose addiction is currently so out of control that they need the 24-hour supportive treatment environment to initiate or continue the recovery process. Also, the second facility will be a 2.5 partial hospitalization with the option for live-in facility there. The patients would live there for 60 days or an undetermined amount of time, and then other areas will be used for other outpatient things. Sobrius has submitted 2 special use permits application, which is needed for the AR and AV portions of our county. And to date, there have been no changes, as these, however, were incomplete. I do not know to date what they have. They've also opened 2 other locations in Bassett and Galax, and we have 3 more coming, one in Hillsville, Collinsville, and Bedford. These are 90% Medicaid funded, and it is on and off treatment. So what does this mean for us? As the residents and neighbors to the properties and locations of GOOD, these locations of the facility are of deep concern, and the deep concern is most important, the safety of our children. These type of facilities in nature are important in towns because we do have needs, but they should be in close proximity to transportation, medical, and emergency services, not located near our schools, near our playgrounds, our parks, or tucked in beside our residential homes where our children live and are educated. These types of facilities could potentially expose our schools, children, and our neighborhoods to drug-related activities and could negatively impact our community and lives. This is just not the place. Many of the people around us may think that tonight, like, this isn't my school and it doesn't concern me, but that's where it's wrong. In Bedford County, we have approximately, I think, 20 schools, and most of them are in the agricultural zoning, which means any facilities could be requested to go up anywhere in Bedford County near our schools, whether it be public or private in-home schools. This organization is expanding, and it will be continued by them and possibly other organizations. The news is daily reporting of drugs, including the fentanyl, coming into our country in large quantities. It's a concern, especially in our state, and yes, now even in our county by surprise. We must refuse allowing these facilities anywhere near our children in any way. We refuse to normalize these types of facilities being tucked in our neighborhoods and school areas to expose our children, place them at risk, and we will not stay silent about it. Our Good area has still not forgotten the horror of the MS-13 gang murder and then the body dumped near just miles away from Otter River Elementary School. The chill of this is coming to our community, and it took us a while to pause. Look, substance abuse and addiction is real, and I'm sure each of you know someone that has suffered from these. However, we're fortunate in Bedford and surrounding areas that we have professional services and staff facilities, Horizon, Centra, Crossroads, and they just announced more funding for expansion in those things. What we're asking for is we're asking for the community that hears this to share the information, and when these applications do go to the Board of Supervisors, we need them to go there, stand with us when they cast their votes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. David Hardy.
Hello. David Hardy, District 7. I have a grandson who's going to go to Otter River Elementary, so I'm speaking on his behalf. A facility that's going to house men with mental illness, with drug addiction, I can't think of a more volatile situation, being less than a half mile from an elementary school. I have 3 examples of why this is critical, and it won't take but a second to read. I'll start with one. In Brunswick County, Virginia, there is a school adjacent to a correctional facility. Drones were used to fly in illegal drugs, and they landed on the school property. Witnesses saw it, called the sheriff's office. Sheriff's office were en route, and the people who were flying the drones went and picked it up. They weren't caught. Marijuana, tobacco, and other illegal drugs were confiscated. The mental illness and the drug addiction can lead to a scenario where someone's mind can snap. And the most horrific, damning thing that I can think of are these 2 real-life events. Uvalde, Texas, Robb Elementary School, 19 dead children. Sandy Hook Elementary, Newtown, Connecticut, 20 dead elementary school-aged children. This is an unnecessary risk, and I want all of the families whose children attend Otter River Elementary School to be notified of this impending threat to the area and to possibly the school and their children themselves. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Cindy Younghouse.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Younghouse of District 7. I have a student at FMS and another at JF. Thank you for this opportunity to address the board, and thank you, Madam Chair. During the January 12th regular school board meeting, the Virginia School Board Association's 2023 Code of Conduct for school board members was voted down 4-2 by this board. Especially considering the recent concerning conduct of a board member, why is it this governing body seemingly thinks it does not need rules of its own? Are you above the VSBA Code of Conduct, above laws? And by the way, censure is an appropriate option when elected public officials break the law. So I reviewed the 12 items in this rejected document, and it was confounding why any of you would find issue with any points of topic. Like number 1, for example, which states, I will have integrity in all matters and support the full development of all children and the welfare of the community, commonwealth, and nation. Why do you reject integrity in these matters? Is it the full development of all children that is bothersome? Or there's number 3, I will come to board meetings informed and prepared, etc. I can't fathom why that would be problematic. So is number 8 the problematic item in the VSBA code? Quote, I will bring about desired changes through legal and ethical procedures, upholding and enforcing all laws, state regulations, and court orders pertaining to schools, end quote. Haven't you taken an oath to uphold all laws? Then this point must not be the problematic item, as following laws is important for your positions. Perhaps then it's number 9, which states, I will refrain from using the board position for personal or partisan gain and avoid any conflict of interest or the appearance of impropriety. Could partisan politics be the impetus for rejection of the VSBA Code of Conduct? I certainly don't understand why any of the items in this document would cause its complete rejection. Hopefully not number 12, quote, I will always remember that the foremost concern of the board is to improve and enhance the teaching and learning experience for all students in the public schools of Virginia, end quote. Why would this point cause rejection? Is it again that all students must be recognized, or do you take issue with the serving of public schools? Finally, the document concludes, therefore, I will always strive to demonstrate appropriate behavior and conduct as a public board member. Could it be you have a conflict of interest with this concluding point? And speaking of public board member, when serving and answering to the public needs to be able to address you, even by name if necessary, for good and for holding you to account. This they who must not be named policy is acutely thin-skinned, an abuse of your power, not to mention a violation of First Amendment rights for your constituents. As I mentioned, I have 2 students attending BCPS. They have offered their comments regarding this board's rejection of their own code of conduct. One student says, I think it's a very foolish idea letting people run around with no rules, especially people in positions of power, as they have so much more capacity to be harmful. And the other says, if you don't have a code of conduct, why should we? The math just isn't mathing here. So it seems unethical not to have your own code of conduct. Please reconsider signing the VSBA 2324 Code of Conduct, or inform your constituents which point is so objectionable, or at least compose a version you can endorse. The appearance of thumbing your noses at your own set of rules sets an unfortunate example for the students, families, and communities whom you serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Younghouse. Donna St. Clair.
I'm Donna St. Clair, District 4. I offer my remarks tonight in memory of my late grandfather-in-law, Hubert Burkholder, who for many years was chair of this body and regarded it as his proudest work. It's inconceivable to me that we would have, even for kindergartners, certain codes of conduct that they are expected to fill, and yet this board doesn't adopt one. That's inconceivable, that we expect certain things and behaviors of students of all ages, employees, everybody, but none for you. That's not acceptable. In no world can that be acceptable. The more difficult thing to ponder, because we depend on you, and I say that as someone who's now a grandma of public school students, not here, but we look up to you as the leaders of the school system in the county. If you can't pass a simple, straightforward, innocuous code of conduct, can you function when a real existential threat comes before you? In other words, if we can't depend on you to get over the 4-3 stuff with a simple code of conduct, what happens if we really have a serious situation in a building, something that needs to be replaced with no money in the pot to do it? God forbid, what if we have a shooter incident? What if we can't depend on you to do the little things? How can we depend on you to do the big things? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. St. Clair. Scott Zemansky.
Good evening. Scott Samansky, District 7. So I wanted to just bring to your attention what the first two speakers talked about, which is the halfway house or drug rehabilitation center that's opening up on Lowry Road. I live on at 3721 Lowry Road. My land borders, in fact, we share a 800-foot long fence with this proposed halfway house and drug rehabilitation center. Although we currently don't have kids living with us now, the concerns that Sabre brought up and that David brought up earlier are my concerns. And then to think that Otter River Elementary School is a half a mile from this place, it makes me uneasy with my wife and I living where we live, bordering this land. We heard about the drone drops. But to be so close to an elementary school, I was actually surprised there wasn't a law against that. I think what I've heard is the law is been pushed down to the local level. So again, I don't have kids that live with us now, but we wanted to share our concern. The neighbors have already had 2 separate meetings about this. Part of our plan was to go at first to the school board to make everyone who, this board, and then any families that will have kids going to Otter River Elementary School fully aware of what's proposed to go on here. And again, I think Sabra pointed out earlier, it seems to be this is happening kind of under wraps. We found out about it, we've done some research, and there is some concerns about not only the company and some of the people involved and what this is really for. We're not against helping people with drug issues. It seems like there is some concern over what this particular company has done in the past with other facilities. So again, wanted to bring this to the board's attention and to make sure everyone is fully aware of what's happening about a half mile from Otter River Elementary School. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Richard Hendricks.
Richard Hendricks, I'm District 2. I'm holding in my hands a copy of the Virginia School Board Association Code of Conduct for School Board Members, which was voted on by the board in the January 12th meeting. I wasn't present at that meeting, so I'm unaware of the discussion which preceded this vote. I find it very interesting that the vote to approve, which failed by a vote of 4 to 3, was supported by all 3 of the women on the board and opposed by all of the men. I really don't understand what could be considered objectionable in this code. You have, I assume, discussed this at some depth, and we see in this code that members are to act with integrity, attend meetings, be informed, base decisions on facts, delegate authority as appropriate, encourage free expression of opinion, communicate, effect change through legal and ethical procedures without personal gain, respect confidentiality, and put teachers and students first. What could possibly be objectionable in this? Remember, conduct counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. Stephanie Cottrell.
Good evening. Within the Bedford County Schools, there is a code of conduct for students, teachers, faculty, administrative staff, paraprofessionals, bus drivers, nutritional staff, environmental staff, coaches, parents, siblings, etc. A set of principles, expectations, and rules are provided to those individuals to make sure the expectations that the school has for behavior are clearly communicated to them. Schools work diligently, as we all know, to create a safe and structured learning environment that helps to promote the school's goals for student learning. These efforts are supported by a code of conduct. It gives instruction on how to behave, simply stated. The type of language that will be tolerated, what clothing is permitted, not permitted. It also includes how the authoritative personnel will provide and enforce behavioral expectations. School administrations use codes of conduct to guide them in how they should respond to daily situations related to discipline and student affairs. A code is meant to complement the school's standards, policies, and rules. In other words, conduct counts. The Bedford County Public School System has upheld their code of conduct policies masterfully. As a parent in District 5, I feel very comfortable to have allowed my 4 children to attend schools within this county, and one is still attending. Knowing that policies were in place to guard their safety each day they were on campus. My husband and I were in partnership with BCPS in every facet of our children's educational development and safety. We entrusted them with, and we do, with our children. Not only that, but we also had an expectation, according to the interpretation of Bedford County's Code of Conduct, that there would be consequences for our children if they presented inappropriate behavior while at school or at any after-school function. If my children, or those I listed at the beginning of my statement, did not abide by those policies, it was and is understood there would be consequences. These policies are a clear indication to me that inappropriate behavior will not be tolerated within the Bedford County school system. This is an apparent indication to this community that Bedford County schools support and uphold the fact that proper conduct counts. Bedford County School Board members should be held at the same measures of conduct as well. That leads me to ask, why is there no code of conduct for the Bedford County School Board members? If the school board members create and support the policies, shouldn't they also have to abide by them as well? It is expected for everyone else working, attending, or visiting Bedford County Public School campuses to agree and adhere to conduct policies. Then why does it seem to be important for school board members not to abide by the same? Setting good positive examples as to what is expected of every student should be a major priority as school board members make decisions affecting all students under their watchful eye. Students are the priority, and they are paying attention. I ask that a code of conduct be implemented for all individuals holding a Bedford County School Board seat. It is imperative that this is done with a sense of urgency. This is my community. This is my family's community. This is my community's community. And we want a caliber of school board personnel that displays the example they seem to work so diligently for. Conduct counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cottrell. We actually have availability for 3 more speakers. Would anyone like to speak this evening? Yes, ma'am.
I am Jen Lazaski. I'm in District 3. And I've been attending some school board meetings lately and paying attention to the Facebook groups. And there seems to be some big issues with the schools that parents are concerned about. And one of those is the disrepair of the school buildings. And the other one that I've seen on the groups a lot is special education. And I've done some digging, and in this school district, there are about 1,000 children with disabilities and special eds. And this came from the Special Education Advisory Committee minutes. That's over 10% of the student body. And this is a huge responsibility for the district. Now, these are two very different topics, but what they bring into focus is the demands of the school district finances and money. During a federal congressional hearing on February 11th, there was a witness who testified that during the last 20 years, the number of administrative staff in schools nationwide has risen 88%. School enrollment has only risen 8%. Adjusted for inflation, there has been a 152% increase in public school funding, while teachers' salaries have only risen 8%. I continue to look at the Bedford School District Administration chart, and there are 3 chiefs, there's 2 executive directors, 5 directors, 17 supervisors. Assistant supervisors, principals, assistant principals, managers, field managers, secondary managers, lead teachers. I don't put the lead teachers in the administration, I guess. But one can assume from these traditional definition of these titles, there are people who work for these people. And I was unable to come up with a total administrative employee count. But I will say, in looking at pay scales, most of these titles come with top salary scales in the 6 figures. So we wonder why the schools have fallen in disrepair. And my passion here is that money needs to be as close to the students as possible. I notice on the jobs apps that there's 7 or 8 special ed openings. So I know budget time is coming up, so I'm asking the board to really evaluate, how we got into this position of, this administration, the allocation of money, and, just to make sure you kind of consider that. In the business world, we would consider hiring freezes or, attrition. And I think the board really needs to study their allocation of resources and put them where they need it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I have availability for 2 more speakers. Would anyone else like to speak this evening? Okay, seeing none, I will, oh, you're coming? I wasn't sure.
Good evening. My name is Jean Craig. I was not planning to speak tonight, but the last speaker stirred something within me that I feel I must. I am a teacher at Forest Middle School. I'm the music teacher, and I serve also as one of the courses I teach. It is an adaptive music class, which is for those children who are in the self-contained classroom. And I would like to see in special education, I've spoken to the Special Education Advisory Committee about this a couple months ago. Maybe people are not aware, but the children who are special education served, who are in the general curriculum, the ones who have paraprofessionals in their classroom, when they come to related arts classes like mine or like computers or art, they do not get paraprofessionals in those classrooms. So very often we may have a situation in our classrooms where we have several children with IEPs, with significant needs, sometimes requiring things like read-aloud accommodations or other special accommodations that are really difficult for us to provide without a para in that room. And I've seen, we want to set our children up to succeed. And it's really difficult for them and for us teachers to do that when we don't have paraprofessional support in those classrooms. So again, with budget time coming up, I would like to suggest that perhaps enough money could be allocated for enough paraprofessionals to service these children in every classroom that they go to throughout the school day. And just speaking on behalf of special education children everywhere, as a mother of a former Bedford County Public Schools special education student, I see how hard everyone works, and I see the success that can occur when support is there. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. We have availability for one more. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay, there being none, I will close public comment. Moving on to item 6. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? I have a motion by Mr. Daniels. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Approval granted. Moving on to item 7, fiscal year 24 budget information. Dr. Bergen.
Thank you, Mrs. Kirby. Board members, members of the community, I'd like to begin my remarks this evening by thanking Dr. Mealy and Mr. Nelms for their continued assistance in working with me and Mr. Hagler in their capacity as representatives of the Budget and Finance Committee as we work together in the development of the preliminary budget for the 23-24 school year. The committee met as recently as last Thursday to review the information that we are presenting here this evening. And I'm careful to use that word preliminary because, as you all, I think, are well aware, the legislature has not concluded their budget negotiations. So at this time, we do not yet have a clear picture of our anticipated state revenue. So this preliminary budget, I suspect, will change as we have a clearer picture of our state funding. But in the meantime, in consultation with the Budget and Finance Committee, we at this time are not considering the proposed budget amendments that you might be familiar with from my remarks at the last meeting. The governor, the House, and the Senate all made amendments to the adopted budget, but they're locked up at this point as to how they're going to agree and resolve their differences. But in the meantime, we can and we are proceeding with the development of a budget by using the state allocation that was included in year 2 of the biennium, which was adopted by the 2022 legislative session. So with that stated, unless and until we have a clearer picture from the legislature and the governor with agreements about amendments to the state budget, we are able to balance next year's budget with an anticipated modest increase in state funding, along with an additional $500,000 in local funds, which, by our agreement with the Board of Supervisors, will be shifted to the Maintenance Reserve Fund in preparation for future budgets at the expiration of the reversion agreement in 2029. The board is well aware, but I think it's worthy of repeating for the community about the change in the local composite index, or the LCI, that we are anticipating. The LCI, or local composite index, determines the state level funding for each locality. Our current LCI is artificially determined and is set at 0.31, and it will change to based on the current finances of Bedford County, to 0.44 as we enter the 28-29 school year. What that means in the change of the LCI from 0.31 to 0.44 will be a loss in state funding of nearly $8 million. So in order to prepare for the school division for that anticipated decline in state funding, through ongoing conversations with the Budget and Finance Committee, The board has determined and signaled to the administration that our top priority in the development of this next year's budget is to set aside an additional $600,000 to the Maintenance Reserve Fund on top of the $200,000 that was already identified by the board in the current budget, for a total of $800,000 from the school division into the Maintenance Reserve Fund towards reversion. The additional $500,000 from the Board of Supervisors is cumulative. They have been making that contribution for a number of years, so their total contribution will be $2.5 million. When you put together their contribution and ours, that's $3.3 million of available funding that we will shift from the operating budget to the Maintenance Reserve Fund for next year. And this combined effort by the two boards will certainly help to ensure a smooth landing when we get to the 28-29 operating budget when the LCI resets. Now, aside from preparing for reversion, the next highest priority, as already determined by this board and certainly applauded by this administration, is employee compensation. At this time, based on the state allocation of which we are confident of because it's included in year 2 of the biennium, we can budget for a 5% increase on average for all employees. That would include a step for all eligible employees and a cost of living, or a COLA, for all employees. The proposed budget amendments from the House and the Senate, of which they do not yet have agreement, include a 7% increase on average for all SOQ-funded positions. So consequently, once a budget compromise has been reached in Richmond, it's very likely, and I am very optimistic, that our employees will realize more than a 5% increase in compensation. We just can't say so until we have a clearer picture on state revenue. Beyond reversion and employee compensation, the preliminary budget that Mr. Hagler and I have been working on and sharing with the Budget and Finance Committee also accounts for several other priorities of the board, which include picking up the cost for any and all advanced placement exams, which our students are currently partially responsible for, as well as the school division paying for tuition costs on all dual enrollment courses that are offered within our schools. We've also identified funding in this preliminary budget that will allow us to expand on our career and workplace development opportunities for our students next year by reinstating the electrician program at Gibson, as well as adding cybersecurity course offerings for our students. We already have the most robust CT offerings in this region, and this will even further create more opportunities for students. If and when additional state funds become available, we'll reconvene the Budget and Finance Committee and we'll look to implement the other priorities of the board, which include completion of the recommendations of last year's compensation study. If we're able to do that, we would like to, and it has been a priority of the board, to provide restoration steps for our most experienced employees, both instructional and classified, who did not already receive their restoration steps in the current budget. And another priority of the board is to expand middle school sports programming. Now, in closing, I'm very pleased with what we've been able to accomplish together this school year to ensure that our students and our staff are receiving the necessary resources needed to accomplish our strategic goals. And I'm optimistic that we'll be able to further our strategic goals by, again, increasing on compensation for all of our employees and expanding on our academic and our extracurricular opportunities for our students. I look forward to sharing more with you about our preliminary budget when we gather again next Tuesday for our work session. In the meantime, in preparation for that meeting next Tuesday, as well as the CIP work session, Mr. Hagler and I have worked on a number of documents, and they are have been or will be this evening uploaded to the school division website. We would ask that you review these pertinent documents along with the public in preparation for next Tuesday. Once you've had an opportunity to reflect on this information, we would encourage you to please contact either myself or Mr. Hagler and let us know of your questions so that we can better prepare to address those questions when we're together at the work session next Tuesday. Madam Chair, that concludes my comments on this preliminary budget, and I will make sure to upload these comments also to the website this evening.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Dr. Bergen? Okay.
So, Randy, some of the things that I'm going to be asking for around salaries, I heard Dr. Bergen say overall employee comp 5% on average for all employees. One of the things that I've been looking at recently is the median income for Bedford County. Based on my research, is around $70,000. And so what I would like to understand is the number of positions that we currently have that are above the 70K median income. And so I want to be able to research that and consider that when we do 5% increases across the board. I also would like to know what categories they fit in. Is it instruction? Is it maintenance? Where do those dollars fit? Because we've heard loud and clear, we need to make sure it's based on student learning and progressing our scores. So just information that I'm going to be looking for, so I wanted to make sure you were aware of that. I am concerned that middle school programming, I want to understand that more. So next Tuesday night, I want to have details of what we're not adding versus what we are adding. Just giving you a heads up so you have time to look for it and have that information so we're not bombarding you on Tuesday. Dual enrollment cost. I've already had this conversation with Dr. Bergen, but I'll make it public. We had the same conversation at the Central Virginia Gov School around dual enrollment and the cost. We want to make sure we're getting the biggest bang for our buck. And so there are other institutions in this area who we may be able to partner with at a much better cost. And so I want the staff to be prepared to read out on that of what's been done currently. And I understand if we can't get it done this year, we certainly need those conversations taking place. And if it's our current provider of dual enrollment, that's who we go with. But we've got several accredited universities sitting in our backyard, and we certainly need to be partnering with them if it gives us a better rate. So I wanted to make sure we are working on that. I'm glad to hear that dual enrollment cost, that we're going to be able to help with that. But as I mentioned in earlier comments, we also have many students who attend early college where the parent is having to foot the bill or either go for scholarship or financial aid. And so I want to make sure we're providing options and opportunity for all students, and so I want to understand that cost.
Anything further?
That's it for now.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Bergen. Now, we don't have anything left from the 5 o'clock session. We covered all that, so we're going to be skipping number 8. If we move on to number 9, if you're looking at the computer, 9.01 and 9.02 are reversed between what's on the computer and what's on the paper. So let's do 9.02 first, so that way we can keep the two bids together. Okay? Do I have a motion to approve the policy updates presented at the February 9, 2023 meeting?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Holbrook. Do I have a second? Second, Ms. Hairston? Have a second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So while I am on the IGA committee and agreed to let this come to the board, I want to make sure that you guys all know my concerns of this policy for JJAG, which is student athlete heat-related illness. It says new policy reflecting state law and guidelines from the Virginia Department of Education regarding the identification, communication, and treatment of symptoms that may lead to heat-related illness in student athletes. So if you scroll down and you look at that policy, I personally think that this is more overreach of a student athlete and a parent's decision versus a coach or someone else on the field, trainer, principal, whoever. And I'm not disrespecting the others in any way, but I just want to call it out as I'm concerned that we're taking the rights away from a student and the parent athlete or the parent of the athlete to make a decision. My biggest concern is in this information. It says a student athlete experiencing heat stroke and referred to a physician by school staff shall not return to play until the student athlete is evaluated by and receives written clearance to return to physical activity by an appropriate licensed healthcare provider as determined by the Virginia Board of Education. That's any related. I can be at practice, and from someone who suffers from migraines since I was very young age, if I'm out in the heat and I get a migraine and I get dizzy and I have to go sit down, and within 15 minutes or so and I feel better, well, according to this policy, if someone on the sideline makes a decision, yeah, sorry, you might have had a heat stroke or you showed signs of dizziness, you need to go to a doctor and you need to pay that doctor to write you a note to be able to come back. To me, that is an overreach. And I know, as we discussed it during the committee, several people said, well, nobody's going to do that. Well, I remember just a couple years ago where we were forced to do certain things because nobody was going to do that. And so I just want to make sure that this board understands, yes, because I'm being told that it's a recommendation from VHSL and other laws that are coming down. I don't agree with the verbiage. So what I would like to do, and I don't know, I'm going to vote no if we vote on them all together, but if this board is willing to separate them out, I would love to vote yes for the others, but I will not be voting for this JJAG. So I just wanted to make sure you guys understood why it was there, why, I don't support it, but I did approve for it to move forward because the people on that committee, felt like it was the right thing to do.
So, right now, of course, I have a motion and a second on the floor. But would you want to separate them and vote on each policy individually? We'll start with you.
Vote on the other ones together? We would have to vote on all of them individually. Can we just separate this one out?
I'm fine with that. If we want to vote on the other ones with separating JJAG. Is that what you would like to do, Mr. Hill? Is that what you would like to do?
I just have a question. What do we have to do with the motion that's on the
Well,
floor?
we'll get to that in a second. Are you okay with separating this one out? Okay.
Fine with it.
So, Mr. Holbrook, you have made the initial motion.
Okay.
Do you want to withdraw your motion at this point?
I do.
Okay. Would you like to amend your motion?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to separate the JJAG from the other three policies and vote separate.
So you would like to approve EEAC, GBI, GBM, GCPB, IGBB, JJAF. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I have an amended motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Second by Dr. Mealy? No, Ms. Harrison. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Harrison? Okay, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to differentiate. I apologize. Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, Mr. Holbrook, would you like to make another motion?
So moved.
What is your motion to approve? Is your motion to approve JJAG?
To approve EEAC, GBI, GBM.
We've already done that one.
Okay,
We're
I
moving
got you.
on to JJAG.
I vote that we do not approve that.
Can you make a motion to not approve?
Yes, ma'am.
So with that motion, if we vote yes, are we voting yes to not approve, or are we making a motion?
His motion is to not approve. Then if the board votes in the affirmative, the board is voting, it will not be an approved policy. It's getting confusing. If you vote yes, you are saying it is not approved. If you vote no, you're essentially saying you want it approved. That make sense? Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to not approve policy JJAG. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I do have a question for Mr. Hill, just trying to process your rationale for it. You spoke about parents not, what if there wasn't a parent? And please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just trying to process it and understand it. You spoke regarding a parent not being present. Okay, not being, so I guess that's my question. What if a parent isn't present and a student has a medical matter?
Right.
And so then who is the personnel that becomes responsible for making a decision regarding that child's medical?
Ms. Harrison, all of that stays the same. So if that child is in practice, that coach is in charge. And if that coach decides, hey, your practice today is over, I'm absolutely fine with that. What this policy says is that coach or that trainer or someone else can say, not only are you done for today, but because I saw you sit on the line and you acted like you may have had a heat stroke or some other issue, I'm going to require you to now go to a doctor and get a note before you can even come back to practice. What I was saying is, what if that parent comes back and says, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Harrison, Marcus has had migraines and he had a spell, he's fine. Sorry, this policy says that I can say you have to go to a doctor and get a written note that it's okay to come back to practice. That's my concern.
Understand. Then walk with me here on this, because I'm thinking as part of the intergovernmental committee, would it not be somewhat appropriate for you guys to go back to the table and rewrite this or have further discussion regarding it and then bring it?
I would love to. If that's the will of this board,
well, it
all
just
you
seems
gotta
to
do
me
is-
that would be part of the government agency's responsibility now.
absolutely agree and would love to take it back. But again, based on conversations with others sitting at the table, they felt like that language needed to be there. And again, I wanted to bring it to this board, but I wanted this full board to understand why I do not support it. But if you're willing to let me take it back and say, we got to tweak this language or we don't concur with that, I will absolutely do that. But I felt it was my duty to bring it to the board to say, this is what the team wants us to look at, without me being a lone decision of, no, sorry, we're not doing that. So.
Harrison, I heard what you said. Dr. Mealy, you have?
I just want to say that I think we need to exercise extreme caution. I would agree with you, Mr. Hill, if you had a migraine and then the migraine passed or you felt like you could play, that's one thing. But heat stroke is an entirely different thing. And I know teachers are, at least when I was there, maybe it's not happening anymore. Maybe it needs to happen again. We're trained, physical education people were trained specifically to recognize the symptoms of a suspected heat stroke, which is entirely different from, maybe a stomach ache or not having a migraine, some lesser type of thing. I mean, heat stroke can kill a child. So I think there is merit in as a teacher, as a physical education teacher, I'm not sure I want to take the responsibility of saying, if I suspect you are demonstrating symptoms that I've been trained to look for, and you're demonstrating those, and for me to just say, okay, now you're fine, you can play again, I mean, that puts a lot of responsibility on that person. So I do think there is, you know, heat stroke is different. If you were saying a headache, a stomach ache, a migraine, you know, those are different. But heat stroke is a very serious issue encountered by, you know, our students when we're out practicing or even taking gym. I know when I was a principal, we used to be trained regularly on heat stroke just for PE classes. So I would be concerned that I don't think that's an overreach, because you know, if your parent is a medical person, maybe, but I'm not sure I would want to say that for my own child. If you're up to date and trained, that I'm going to just dismiss it and say, no, I'm not going to take my child to a doctor. I don't want to. I mean, that could end up with some unfortunate results. So I think it needs to stay in there for heat stroke.
Well, Madam Chairman.
Yes, Ms. Harrison.
I think the wording, if we look at the wording here, and the example, it's saying may lead to sudden cardiac arrest. That certainly is very, very serious, but yet the example that Mr. Hill has given us certainly differs. I just feel like the intergovernment committee needs to go back, and you guys just need to revisit this, and but certainly taking under consideration those symptoms that can certainly occur that could very well be life-threatening for student athletes. I do think that it can certainly be overreaching for personnel, using Mr. Hill's example, for the personnel to say, no, you have to sit out, you cannot practice today, if the parent has communicated with the athletic coach or whoever the case may be that my child is fine, I give permission for my child to participate. I certainly don't feel that that should be overridden if the parent has taken that responsibility and has given the okay to do so. So my recommendation is for the committee to go back to the table and revisit this.
Yeah, that's noted. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
If it's the will of the board to go back and take a look and see if we could tweak it, I, as a member of that committee, would have no problem taking a look.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments? Okay, before we get to that, I would like to state a couple of things too. And I heard your example, Mr. Hill. And I just want you to hear my concerns also as a parent of two athletes. In your example of the migraine and not sitting out, in most situations, I know with the trainers that the athletic trainers I've dealt with, the fact that you suffer from migraines would have been documented already, should have been documented already. So that shouldn't have affected it. But as a parent, and as far as the policy is concerned, and if it does come back to the IGA committee, I wish you guys would actually consider this too. Especially with my son playing spring sports and early fall sports, when it gets super hot, and of course the football players and whoever else is in fall sports will deal with this too. And anyone whose children are athletes, you know this. They're going to push themselves. They're going to push themselves further than what they should. I deal with this when I have players in my classes in the summertime. And the fact that there is someone there that can recognize it and tell my child, because I know my children personally don't drink enough water during the day, but to tell my child they're looking like they're dehydrated, they look like they need to take a break, yes, I would love for somebody to intervene at that point in time. And I understand your reference also, and you're also talking to someone who was against masking as well. And I thought that should have been parental choice. So if we do go back, take this back, I would like for you guys to consider something in there to where they can be watched, not necessarily maybe doctor excuse, have to have a medical excuse, but you have someone there documenting, and they would have to take break, and someone there to pull your kid out, let them rest, get calmed down, maybe sit out the entire practice before they finish out that practice. Now, here's the quandary, and I'm going to go ahead and finish saying what I want to say. If we do reject this, and if we do vote this down at this point, then we cannot bring it back. I agree with Ms. Harrison that we need to look at it further. We do not need to have this not on the books, because we do need to protect our athletes from the heat.
We can bring it back. It just has to be someone who voted against it.
It has to be, well, but the way that the motion was worded, if you voted for it, then you were voting against it.
Okay, I got you.
So I say we withdraw the motion and we take it back before the IGA committee, have it a moot point, you guys bring it back again later on, okay? What do you feel about that idea, Mr. Daniels?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, I want to get a consensus on this
Yes.
before we move forward.
Yes.
Are you fine with that? I'm fine with that. Are you, Mr. Holbrook?
Yes, I would be if the committee also seeks some input from our attorney regarding any perhaps permission slip or whatever as part of the policy.
Well, that's already covered under the student liability form of parent size and signs before you.
We're saying, you know, if we're talking specifically about heat stroke and the parent is going to override maybe the athlete, just, do they have to sign something saying, I understand the athletic director is telling me my child shouldn't play, but I want them to play? I just think we need to
parent
pass it by our attorney.
Has all rights.
I'm not saying that, Mr.
They don't have to
Holbrook.
override anybody. That's what the point of this,
Well,
taking this out is.
Okay.
That,
Okay.
you know, it's going to be up to the parent, not necessarily. If they want to take them-
I'm just saying to sign it so that we have some documentation that, yes, you agreed to
You
this.
approved
as the
it.
parent.
With,
Right.
with
That's all.
that being said, then since Dr. Cornett is not here, can someone put a bug in his ear? Dr. Trosper, I'm hoping you're on the same page here. Also get our standard waiver, our standard athletic waiver that we have. Could you look at that again to see what it covers there? Okay, and bring that before the board too, so that for the IGA committee, so they can look at that too, make sure we're okay with that. Okay, do that at the same time. Are you in agreement with that? Okay, so with that, with having a consensus to withdraw the motion, Mr. Holbrook, what do you wish to do?
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, so with that withdrawn, then we're back to this, and then we are at a consensus of JJAG, as well as the athletic waiver being reviewed one more time by the IGA committee, and the waiver potentially being reviewed by our attorney. Is that correct? Is that what everybody understood?
Yep. Can I make a comment, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Policy belongs to the board. Of course, we welcome more conversation. We do have athletic trainers, they wrote this verbiage. They're at VHSL, that's why Dr. Cornett's not here, but this is language which our athletic trainers wrote and are concerned about. So we'll bring them, we'll involve them in the conversation. We certainly will have the attorney review the language, because my caution to the board, any superintendent's caution to the board, is there's state law to be dealt with. We need to have something for our liability. God forbid we have a child pass out on a field and we rejected policy that was sound policy. I'm not dismissive of your concerns, Mr. Hill. You stated you felt it was overreached the way it's worded. We'll certainly come back. We always have good, lively, robust conversation at our IGA committee meetings, so we'll just involve some more people on this one. That's fine.
Okay. Moving on to, okay, so 9.01 became 9.02 according to the written one. Mr. Hagler, when I call for a vote on these bids, whoever makes the motion, do they need to read out your costs, or how do you want them read? What is the most advantageous for you?
There are two different vendors, so I would name the lowest bidder on both of them, the one for Huddleston and the one for, well, you're going to award the bid for Huddleston paving to Patterson Brothers, and you're going to award the bid for Liberty High School to Boxley Materials.
Would you like to have the dollar figure read out?
Great, yes.
Okay, so whoever will make this motion, please note what Mr. Hagler said, which company for which school with the dollar figure. With that being said, do I have a motion regarding the paving bids?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we accept Boxley Materials at $312,250 for the bid price for Liberty High School, and Patterson Brothers at $122,994 for the bid price for Huddleston Elementary.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. Do I have a second? No second? Okay. Then what?
The motion dies if there is no second.
Motion is dead. Okay.
So can I comment on that?
Sure.
The reason I vote that, you know, I can only speak for myself here, is that I rode to Huddleston after we had a meeting about this, and there's really nothing wrong with the parking lot. Definitely not $122,000 worth of stuff wrong with it by any means. And I have not yet seen Liberty's parking lot. I know that it does need some stuff, but we have quite a few other things on our list that I think are far higher on the priority list than the paving. You know, I'm not saying that it doesn't need some repair, but, you know, not in the tune of $435,244. You know, when we have all these things talking about the canopies and roofs and other things. So I think maybe we just need to hold off for now, maybe revisit it at a later date, you know, so.
Certainly with all respect to Mr. Holbrook and what he has shared with us and going out to Huddleston and taking a look at things, we certainly don't want to spend the money there if we feel that it could be better spent in other areas. And believe me, there is quite a list of things that we are in great need of. As for Liberty High School, I don't think that there's any question that that school and that parking area is greatly needed to be paved. Now, with that said, Madam Chairman, I'm wondering if we can, I know we said earlier, let's just put them both together, but can we separate these two bids for Liberty High School and Huddleston? Is it possible for us to do that?
Fine with that. Or do we want to do that, or do we just want, since it is a dead motion, so we can bring this back, would we be better off at this point putting it off and discussing it more at our CIP work session on Tuesday, and then we'll work with it from there?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Was that a good motion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's put this, let's just move this instead of trying to mess with this any further. We'll put it on for the work session for Tuesday. Okay, Mr. Hagler, how would you like for us to make a motion regarding the fuel bids?
Mr. Perot is here tonight, and he's the one that opened the bids and put out the bid, so he can speak to that one.
Okay.
He's on the agenda for that.
What's going to be the best way that would, for you all?
I provided each of you a handout earlier today, or earlier this evening.
We had it.
Mm-hmm. That has all of the bids. So just a little background, we did, last year we issued fuel bids to kind of help hedge our budget risk. So previously the market just hasn't been favorable for issuing bids, but it did turn out that we had some interest, so we decided to go ahead and move forward, and these are the results that we got. Today we actually opened these at 3 o'clock this evening, so that's why it's a paper version in front of you. It's also been posted on board docs. But what we would recommend, staff recommends, is making or approving Foster Fuels Incorporated to supply our unleaded gasoline, diesel, off-road diesel, and number 2 heating oil.
So do you want us to do, like the proposal for unleaded gas separate? Ultra low sulfur diesel?
Since it's all going to the same vendor, I think one blanket, unless there's some type of
That can be done as
one blanket approval for that.
Fossil fuels, but we'll specify what we're contracting them for?
Yes.
Okay, we don't need to read the price per gallon?
No, I don't believe so. And
Okay, good. Okay.
It was very hard to read those in front of everybody sitting there, the thousandths of a cent and everything, so.
I understand. Thank you very much. Okay, so do I have a motion regarding the fuel bids?
Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the bid going to Foster Fuels for our unleaded gasoline, as stated here in our paper, and also our ultra-low sulfur diesel to Foster Fuels, and our off-road diesel to Foster Fuels, as well as the heating oil to fossil fuels.
I have a motion by Ms. Harrison. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Dr. Mealy. Any discussion?
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll try to answer it. If not, I'll defer
Okay.
to Mr. Hagler.
Can you give us a percentage or a dollar amount that it's going from?
Sure.
Versus what we are agreeing to?
So our previous bid ended in February of 2023, well, actually, last month. So we get, at the time, our gasoline was $2.70, and so now it would be, my figures are rounded, but it would be $2.75. So it's 5 cents increase, but and that equates to about 1.93% increase. For diesel, it was about a 7% increase from previous at $2.69 to rounded to $2.90. Off-road diesel went down 8 cents, so that was a 2.75% decrease. Went from $2.99 to $2.90 rounded. And then our heating oil, that was the one that showed the biggest increase. That was a 9.29% increase, and that went from $2.66 rounded to $2.91.
Any more questions? Okay, I have a first, do I have a second for discussion? Any other questions? Okay, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thank
Motion
y'all.
carries. Okay, moving on. Item 10, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Bergen.
Well, we have a ton of students and staff to celebrate this evening, so I apologize in advance for the length of this, but we wanted to make sure that we were recognizing all of these individuals and their accomplishments, beginning with this young man on the screen, Forest Middle School's Graham Woodruff, who proved that last year was not a fluke, as he is now repeated as champion for the second year in a row for the annual Bedford County Spelling Bee. Graham will now move on to the regional competition, and we wish him the best of luck. You can see that he is almost just as tall as me now, but Graham has really shot up since last year, and he's just a super young man. We wish him the best as he continues to represent Bedford County. Next, we met these two young fellas, and I'm certainly going to make an appointment with one of them to see if they can help me with my long-term investments. These two young men, Maddox Paul Manzano and Michael Peart, were recognized earlier this evening for their first and second place finishes in a stock market game competition where they competed against other students to learn firsthand the value of long-term investing using an online educational program. And this was designed to boost their skills in math, economics, and personal finance knowledge. So congratulations to those two young men. Wasn't it a thrill to meet these young men earlier this evening? Congratulations again to our Stanton River High School wrestling team for bringing home the school's first Group 3A state championship title in a quarter of a century. Stanton River sent 11 wrestlers to the state tournament. 5 of those young men were champions in their weight class: Macon Ayers, Brady Barnes, Bo Ice, Colin Martin, and Noah Neininger. Congratulations also to Caden Suvadra, who was state runner-up. And those same wrestlers, along with Peyton Hatcher, dominated as champions at the Region 3D Championship, which included 3 runners-up as well: Josh Kelly, Levi Roach, and Austin Powell. And then most deservingly, as we recognized him tonight, Coach Scott Fike was awarded the Region 3D Coach of the Year. Well-deserved, and congratulations to all of our Golden Eagles. As well as to Jefferson Forest High School's Luke Worth, who received the title of state runner-up for the second consecutive year at the 4A state wrestling tournament. JF Wrestling also did well at regions with 2 champions, CJ Cambies and Luke Worth, and 2 runner-ups, Ethan Boone and DJ Trent. Now, not to be outdone by the boys, VHSL recently held its first ever girls state wrestling championships, now that girls wrestling has been designated by the VHSL as an emerging sport and is rapidly gaining momentum. Both Jefferson Forest High School and Stanton River High School have female athletes showing interest, 2 of whom were part of a history-making event that was held in Manassas. Faith Kiefer and Chelsea Conley represented Jefferson Forest. Congratulations to Faith. She placed 4th in her weight class for the state. And in addition to all of those wrestlers from Stanton River and Jefferson Forest, we also want to make sure we recognize and congratulate Liberty High School's Trace Markham. Trace had a pin and a first place finish at the Region 3C wrestling tournament. Congratulations, Trace. Shifting gears, Susie Gibson, Science and Technology Center students, recently participated in their own competition, the annual Skills USA competition. Their career and technical education skills shined through as they had many, many students that placed in or won their competitions. First place finishers included William Wood for Automotive Service Technology, John Whitaker for Collision Repair, Nathan Morgan for Estimating, Wyatt Newman for Maintenance and Light Repair, Chase Peters and Sierra Smith for Nail Care, and in Cosmetology, it was Cammie Owen, Annalise Schultz, and Sarah Votal. Congratulations to another Liberty High School student, Marissa Parikh, who was recently crowned as the VHSL Region 3C Forensics Champion. Marissa went on to win first place at the Super Region competition in the category of Original Oratory. Congratulations, Marissa. Applause goes out to Jefferson Forest High School's Juliet Reed and Abigail Brigman. Juliet placed 3rd in poetry at the Region 4D Forensics competition, and then went on to advance to 2nd place at the Super Regionals. Abigail had a 2nd place victory at Regions and a 3rd place finish at the Super Regionals in dramatic interpretation. We met these very tall and awesome athletes earlier this evening, the Jefferson Forest High School swim team, recognizing them on their achievements at district, region, and state competitions. Both the boys and the girls teams were crowned Seminole District champions. Brendan Whitfield is once again the Seminole District Swimmer of the Year. In regional competition, the boys placed 2nd with numerous regional champions and runner-ups, including Jack Mills, Max Schofelder, Ryan Frazier, and Brendan Whitfield. And those swimmers were also joined, that was in the 200 free relay, and in the 400 free relay, 3 of those same swimmers were joined by Owen Witsis. State runner-ups were Brendan Whitfield in the 50 free, Jack Mills in the 100 fly and the 200 free, and then, of course, state champion Brendan Whitfield in the 100 free. In other athletic competition, congratulations to JF's Mobu Niakor. Mobu Niakor is the Region 4D champion for high jump and runner-up in triple jump. Congratulations to Liberty High School Mary Malcolm, who was the Region 3C indoor track runner-up for the 3,200 meter run. Shifting out of sports and into the music scene, there were 4 Jefferson Forest High School students who were recently selected for the All-State Band at auditions held on February 25th at James Madison University. Placing in the All-Virginia Symphonic Band were Justin Kim in clarinet, Taylor Lowry for trumpet, and placing in the All-Virginia Concert Band in percussion, first chair, Jordan Hoisington, and for flute, Brianna Yates. These students will travel to Richmond in late April for the All-Virginia Band, Choir, and Orchestra event at the Richmond Convention Center, and we're just so proud of these students for their work that they put in to develop these talents and skills to the level of being All-Virginia musicians. If you missed it, on Saturday, February 18th, we had 16 schools from across Virginia, as well as another school from North Carolina, for a total of 25 teams of JROTC cadets who were competing in the annual Raider Challenge, which is held at the National D-Day Memorial. The meet consisted of 5 events and tested the mental and physical fitness, problem-solving, and teamwork abilities of the more than 200 cadets that participated. Our own Bedford cadets did all of the planning and preparations as hosts of the competition, which provided our young students opportunities to learn and develop their organizational and leadership skills. Many thanks to the National D-Day Memorial, Liberty University Army ROTC, AMVETS, the American Legion Post 54, and our own outstanding Bedford ROTC leaders, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Payne and First Sergeant Lenny Hutton, for all of their assistance in organizing the Raider Challenge. We'd also like to again offer our thanks to the Bedford County Office of Economic Development for organizing the Bedford One experiences. One, ONE, is an acronym for Offering New Experiences. These are opportunities for our students to explore different companies in and around Bedford County. This is a partnership between the school division, the CVCC, the Office of Economic Development, the Economic Development Authority, and of course, many of our local business partners. We recently had 32 students attend the 6th Annual Career Expo, which was held at Virginia Technical Institute in Alta Vista, and our well-prepared students arrived armed with their resumes in hand, with over 40 employers on site looking to hire this new talent. The next Bedford One Tour is going to focus on hospitality and tourism. It'll be held at Mariners Landing. So high school juniors and seniors, if you're interested in signing up for this next tour, please see your career coach or your school counselor. Jefferson Forest High School's Thomas Fox, you know, was recently named Bedford's County Teacher of the Year, but he's also been named top teacher for the area by Lynchburg Living Magazine. Mr. Fox, who we all lovingly know as T, teaches engineering exploration, engineering analysis, engineering drawing and design, and construction technology and technical drawing. His classes are truly hands-on, as his students have built picnic tables, storage sheds, and even bridges for other schools around the county. Thank you, T, for all you do for our students and our staff in the community. You're certainly deserving of this top teacher recognition. In partnership with our friends at the Bedford Area Educational Foundation, we're pleased to continue to lift up 2 staff members each month through our Bedford's Best program. This is an opportunity for us to recognize our unsung heroes who go above and beyond in making a difference in our lives every day. Congratulations to the Bedford's Best recognition recipients for February. They were Liberty Middle School's Rachel Manley, you might know that name, Manley, very proud mama, and Thomas Jefferson Elementary School's Mary Beth Hunter. I had the pleasure of visiting both of their schools and presenting them with a gift of appreciation for all that they do in front of their students. If you or anybody in the audience or anyone listening online would like to nominate a teacher or any staff member, please visit our website, click on the Bedford's Best link under District News, and give me an opportunity to go out and surprise them. Our entire community really, truly enjoyed the Bedford Boys Tribute Center sponsored Welcome Home Parade on earlier in February for Alpha Company, the 116th Infantry Brigade combat team, who are returning from a 1-year deployment in the Horn of Africa. Our elementary and middle school students made banners that were displayed at the Bedford Armory welcoming home the troops. And the Bedford Boys Tribute Center started, quote, Operation Bedford Remembers, end quote, prior to their deployment, which was an opportunity for anyone in the community to send a care package or a letter to the soldiers while they were visiting in Africa. It was following the ceremony that our students from Liberty Middle School FFA, along with other community members, had the opportunity to meet and greet the soldiers at the Bedford, Virginia National Guard Armory. On behalf of the board, our entire community, we'd like to offer our heartfelt appreciation for the service and sacrifice of these guardsmen and guardswomen. The month of February is recognized across the nation as Black History Month in order to celebrate the legacies and achievements of African Americans and their important role in our nation's history. And as pictured on this slide, students across the school division celebrated all throughout the month of February, Black History Month, through a range of learning activities that included school-wide announcements, bulletin boards, class discussions during homeroom and learning coach time. Students also conducted research about influential African Americans. They created posters to share what they had learned. And we had guest speakers at a number of our school assemblies sharing their own personal experiences with our students. Many thanks to the instruction team for again publishing a calendar of suggested activities for schools to celebrate. And thanks to our teachers and our administrators for implementing those activities to celebrate the immeasurable contributions of Black Americans. And finally, here is this month's 3 things you need to know. Daylight savings time begins Sunday, March 12. This is just a reminder for all of us to set our clocks up 1 hour. Following day, Monday, March 13th, is Individual and Team Planning Day, which means school is closed for students, but open to our staff. This is an opportunity for our teachers to continue to plan together as we make a push in these final months of instruction. And then later in March, on the 20th, Monday, March 20, report cards will be sent home with students, so parents be on the lookout Monday, March 20, to celebrate all of the accomplishments of your children over the final grading period. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Bergen. Okay, moving on to 11.01, committee reports. We'll start with you, Mr. Daniels.
Ms. Jennings commented about the SEAC meeting that we had this past month. Next month, it is a work session for SEAC members that is closed to the public. That's happening at the end of the month. And I'll let Mr. Hill talk about IGA.
IGA, we met on February 21st. You heard those policies presented tonight. Our next meeting will be on March 21st. And then, as I mentioned earlier tonight, I did have a meeting with the Central Virginia Gov School Board where we discussed budget, and part of our discussion was due to some fees that were coming up from our current provider for dual enrollment. And so the board has instructed Dr. Smith to go back and see about getting other pricing for those dual enrollment classes at the Central Virginia Gov School. Yep.
We had well, I guess I'll talk to let Ms. Harrison tell you.
Yeah, all right. So we met on the 8th, just the other day. And we talked about a number of things. So we talked a little bit about, we got an update on our playgrounds. And I just want to give a shout out and a praise to the maintenance staff and the crew and whoever was involved in getting those equipments and playground equipment removed that was deemed, of course, unsafe by our insurance company. Getting that removed was good, and they did it very quickly, so thank them for doing that. And with that, we all know that that's a very important area that the facility committee felt we are going to need to address in terms of getting playground equipment replacement for the schools. And we'll be talking further about that in our budget meeting, and also I think in any future CIP updates as well. We also got updates on our waste facility plant at Stanton River High School and Stanton River Middle School. And of course, the importance of getting that taken care of by hopefully by the year 2024 was areas that we had talked about, and further discussion will be had regarding it too. We didn't schedule a future meeting, really contingent upon our meeting that we will be having after discussing our CIP and everything with the board. So that's about it for the facility committee. For the Laurel School Board, we did meet, and our next meeting is not until April. So I have nothing else to report regarding the Laurel School.
I think Mr. Hagler covered pretty much everything we discussed at the finance meeting, and we will have our another discussion on our meeting on Tuesday.
Harrison, you ready for your comments?
Absolutely. So I, first of all, want to just thank the staff at JF High School, Mrs. Ferris in particular, for the invitation that was given to me to attend their Black History Month forum. I've been invited in previous years, and it's always such a treat for me. It's so enjoyable talking with the students and sharing with them some of my life experiences and encouraging them to always move forward, work hard, despite any obstacles that may come your way, that in the end you can achieve your goals that you set for yourself. Also, I want to just give a shout out to the two ladies here on the board. This is International Women's Month, and so to Dr. Mealy and Mrs. Kirby, it's a pleasure for me to serve alongside of both of you. And so I give a lot of respect and honor to you all, and to all the females out there, the women out there who are mothers and teachers of our teaching staff and everyone. I hope you just celebrate yourselves really big for the rest of this month and even moving forward. I want to thank all of the community members who came out this evening and shared with us their concerns and their opinions and their thoughts. And I want you to know that I value and find your thoughts, your opinions of great worth, whether I agree with you or not. I think it's important for us, for our community to exercise their right to share their concerns and their thoughts with the governing bodies, with the school board and other agencies and other community members as well. It's your right to do so. And with that being said, I'd like to certainly thank the staff member who came out and shared with us concerns that she has about special ed students in her classroom and the need for paraprofessionals to be in that classroom, in the related arts classroom. I can say to you firsthand, as a former administrator, that is extremely important. And I know that our staff, I believe wholeheartedly that they have worked hard trying to fill all of the vacancies that we have in the area of special ed. And it's not an easy task at all, but it's very important that, that our students, all of them, have the support that they need in order to be successful. And so I would just ask that we really take that under strong consideration, and I would ask the executive team, I'd like to know really where are we having this problem? You know, where does this exist? In what schools and how often does it happen? Because it's very important that we have that coverage that's needed for the students to be successful. Also, I want to thank the community members who came out tonight to share with us their concerns regarding the substance facility, that building that is, I guess, going to be developed or is in the making of being developed. While this isn't certainly not, we're not the committee in which we can take any action on that, I would like to say that having worked in the Good community, having served as the principal of Otter River School for 10 years, that is a very precious community. Those students, no matter who the students are, it doesn't matter to me where they come from, students, period, should always feel safe in their community and in their schools. And so while we understand that support is needed for individuals who are struggling with substance abuse, and certainly they do need to have a facility, a place, but it certainly does not need to be near any school facility. So I just wanted to share that as well. I also, let's see, I thought there was one other thing that that I wanted to mention. We also had members of the community to speak on behalf of the Code of Student Conduct for our board members. Madam Chairman, I would like very much for this board to take this under consideration once again. I think it's important that we certainly have a code of student conduct, a code of conduct for board members as well. And so I certainly would like for this to be added to our upcoming board meeting where we talk about this further. It's very, very important, and that we have a document. We ask for our students and we expect for our students. The same should hold true for a board. We should have a code of student conduct for our board. Okay, that's all that I have. Thank you.
Would you like for me to address your concern about the code of
That
conduct
would be
now?
fine.
Okay, my thinking is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Johnson, we cannot bring back the VSBA code of conduct unless someone who voted against it wants to bring that back. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct, or it could be amended and brought back because it is not, the exact same document cannot be brought back.
Okay.
It can be amended and brought back.
Okay, then I would ask that we bring back an amended proposal.
Okay, well, I was getting to that, okay?
All right.
Again, I'm going to defer to the IGA committee because they're the ones with policies, bringing them to us and to keep in line with that. Would y'all be willing to possibly draft a new code of conduct for the board to bring before us? If
Do you want my comment on just that, or?
just on that for right now.
No, I'm not willing to bring it back.
Okay. So not
You
the
want my reasoning why?
not the VSBA, not even drafting your own code of conduct to bring back?
What I would like to do, and I had planned to do this tonight during my comments, I would recommend that not only this board, but our community go back and read the school board bylaws, policies, and procedures that we all updated on 12/8/22, which is the same language as the VSB Code of Conduct. And I think this board needs to be reminded, we don't answer to the VSBA. VSBA is an association. They make recommendations. We don't answer to them. And so the verbiage that's in that code of conduct is clearly in these school board bylaws. And if there's other verbiage that we as a board think should be added to the bylaws, we can certainly entertain that and bring it back by the IGA committee. But for a VSBA code of conduct to continue to be talked about, we don't answer to them. It's a recommendation. We've already covered that in our bylaws.
Doug will come from the committee. That's where we take all policies, so. Okay, Dr. Mealy?
I'm going to repeat some of the things that Ms. Harrison said, but I'll cut them short. I, too, want to just celebrate the International Women's Day and month and say that it is also a pleasure and an honor to work with both of the women on this board and all women out there. I think we have to raise each other up, and I appreciate that day being even mentioned and celebrated. I lived through a lot of years where it wasn't. Dr. Bergen, March 20th is when our report cards go home, so can the board expect to receive updated student performance information on the same chart maybe that you sent us last time with third quarter?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Information.
Yeah, we'll certainly bring information to the board when we have it available, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on just one second, please. Dr.
I was just going to
Wilson.
say, with our our benchmarks that we're giving. We're allowing teachers, we want them to finish the curriculum so that they have good data going into SOL testing. So we've given them to the end of April to do that, so that information we can bring back to you at the May board meeting. But we want to give teachers as much time as possible to get good data for SOLs. So we won't have it ready for the next board meeting, just because we're giving teachers
Right,
enough
understand.
time.
Thank
So
you.
we will bring it, though. We have it on our list to bring in May.
Thank you. I also want to congratulate Mr. Fox on his Teacher of the Year. And I won't say any more because I think Dr. Bergen covered it all. He is a great teacher. I want to give a huge thank you, though, to Mr. Edwards for all of your work on this for 150 years, as long as you've been here. That's a really important event. I know you work really hard to make that a reality. It's not easy work. It's not easy getting all of the contributions you get. It's just never easy what you're doing, but I have been to, I think, just about all of them, and since I've been here, and I've never seen one go off without a hitch. You know, it's just so well planned. It just, I should say, it goes off without a hitch. The food is always great. The fellowship is always wonderful. So thank you so much for all of your work with that. I know all of the teachers involved appreciate it, and it's just really nice time for us all to get together, and you make that possible for us, and you have for a couple of decades, I believe. So thank you. I also want to take a moment when we're talking about Teachers of the Year to thank all of the teachers, our tenured teachers, our teachers who have 20 or fewer years, and our new teachers who are just at the beginning, because inside each one of you is a great teacher, is a Teacher of the Year. And the future of our country, in fact, the future of the world, depends upon having great teachers who touch the future of America. I say that a lot, touch the future of America, because you do every day when you're in the classroom. So I would just encourage you to keep striving to be even better than you are today. Your work, your sacrifices don't go unnoticed. You inspire our students in ways you can't even imagine, and you won't until sometimes they graduate and come back and they're all grown up. Because each of you, I'm optimistic about the future. So I thank you for all your very, very hard work. And there are words that I read often from Sidney Hook. Everyone who remembers his own education remembers teachers, not methods, not techniques, teachers. The teacher is the heart of the educational system. Or the words of Krista McAuliffe, one of the Challenger astronauts. I touch the future, I teach. And each of you do that. We have a lot of Teachers of the Year here. So I just want to thank you all for everything you do. Your job is not easy. It's getting harder every year, I think, and I'm just so grateful for all of you who come to the classroom and stay in the classroom, not because of what you're paid, but because of what you're doing. And you do touch the future of America. You have the ability to do that very few other careers have. I think you'll find many times people will say, I make a lot of money, but I don't do what you do. I don't touch the future. I don't make a difference, really, not like you do. So thank you so much for everything that you do. I want to just say one other thing about some bullying. I've gotten more than just a few emails about bullying incidents in our schools, alleged bullying incidents. And I just want to remind everybody that our Code of Student Conduct has on page 52 and 53 a form for bullying. Emails that I'm receiving are saying, you know, nobody's done anything about it. Well, there's a form in your Code of Conduct, and fill that out and give it to the principal or the principal designee. They are compelled to investigate this. Now, remember, bullying is very different from social conflict, but they will investigate it. So if you feel that your child has been bullied, or your child comes home and believes they have been bullied, go to that conduct code on the web line. You can print those 2 pages off, fill it out, and give it to your administrator. We can't fix something we don't know about. We can't fix something that we really don't understand all of the facts before we can investigate it. So I would encourage everyone, Code of Conduct, page 52 and 53. You'll find what you need there, and I promise you, the administrators will investigate if they're aware. So please help us all by making people aware and using that form. Thank you.
Hobart?
Well, I'd like to say, in response to the people that came out and talked about the drug rehab, that is concerning, even though we most definitely need something in this community. I mean, drugs are pretty rampant, but not a half mile from the school. I agree with that. Now, whether, as Ms. Harrison said, I don't know, that's not something we can do, but you know, anything we don't have any control over that. And I don't know that, I really don't know who would have control over that if that's a private sale. But yeah, that is concerning for sure. And you know, I'd also like to say that I have gotten I've been contacted several times about bullying and cyberbullying but mainly in-person bullying. You know, and I would say, you know, sometimes, well, majority of the time, the people that are getting bullied can't stand up for themselves or won't stand up for themselves. But there are people around that can, and you should. Maybe not, you know, physically, but you should say something, do something, you know, whether it be reported or, you know, stand up for them. You know, I would like to read Proverbs 31:8-9 says, speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and the needy. You know, it's just the right thing to do, morally. I mean, you know, I'm sure I picked on somebody in one point in time in school, and probably somebody, you know, everybody has at one point in time. But I've also stood up for quite a few because, you know, it's just not right at all. And, you know, yeah, there's policies and papers and this and that, but that doesn't always work. You know, you need to stand up, you know, for your friends, and whether they're your friend or not, you know, be a man or a woman or whatever, you know, stand up. And I would also like to say happy International Women's Day as well. I know most of the men probably wouldn't even be alive today if it wasn't for wives and mothers. So that's pretty much all I got to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hobart. Mr. Daniels?
All right. First, I'd like to thank you, Mrs. Kirby, and Mrs. Johnson for navigating some choppy waters tonight. I think I was confused. I'm glad you guys kept us straight. So thank you for that. I guess I'll go to Mr. Hagler. I've got a couple questions about electric school buses.
Yes.
We have 2 buses,
Yes, sir.
and we're using both of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do we know what the maintenance cost or projected yearly maintenance cost is for those vehicles?
We're really in the first year, so the finance department, Will Pro, who spoke earlier tonight, is tracking that, and so we're very interested in that. This is really a pilot look for us. We don't intend to add any more electric buses until we really get a good read on this, and we'll bring that data back to the board at a future date. So we're still in our first year.
So we don't know
We'll
how
give
we
a track record of that, but there have been mechanical problems in their first year,
Okay.
which would lead me to say we need to wait on going any further with these.
All right, and so you're just looking at comparing the cost compared
Yeah.
to regular school buses
Over time, we'll look at the
and maintenance?
long-term, what the payback is for the differential in price from a diesel to electric, and how many years does the payback take, and how is it operating in our environment here with our hills and what we have to navigate on our roads.
Looking at everything, like how long it takes to charge, battery
Yes, sir.
replacements and all that?
Yeah, we're tracking all that.
Okay. I'll skip a couple of those questions that I had then. So did the grant that we got, did that say how long we have to keep them?
I'll have to look back at those grants. Buses, and I have to look at buses and see if DOE changed that, but buses should go no longer than 15 years, I believe. And that's our diesel. So I'll see if they have something on electric. I didn't look at that. But typically we run our buses 15 years, and then we have a replacement cycle, so we can maintain that.
Just wondering if maybe someone in Northern Virginia would like to buy them from us if they're not working out for us, and then we can get some diesel buses, and if there's some profit in that, what do we do with that if we can get that? So maybe something to look at.
In looking at it, I think they're functioning better in the shorter runs and in Bedford Town proper. Some of the hills that you have to navigate and things like that, we've had a little bit more difficulties. So we've repositioned them where we think they'll have a better run rate and last.
All right, cool. Thank you. With respect to the VSBA policy that was talked about tonight, Mr. Hill said it well. I mean, we already have stuff like that in our bylaws that we agree to. On top of that, we swear an oath when we're elected officials. And the oath says, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and faithfully and impartially discharge all the duties incumbent upon me as school board according to the best of my ability, so help me God. Between those two, it's pretty good with me. So I think that we're pretty good and well covered there. Let's see, what else? It's good to see that the students have off on Monday to recover from springing ahead. Usually they don't have a problem in the fall when they get the extra hour. I know I'm happy that we have off that Monday, so that's good. All right, some positive stuff. We heard, well, this part's not positive, I guess, but we heard from some community members tonight regarding the drug rehab that's close to Otter River Elementary School. We definitely hear your concerns, and many of us, I would say, have the same concerns about the safety and security of our students and families. We've all had family members and acquaintances that we know that have struggled with substance abuse, and we pray for their recovery. This is a hard road, and while we have sympathy and want to see people recover, our obligation is to protect our children. While helping folks on the road to recovery is a noble cause, careful consideration needs to be taken with respect to location, including access to medical care, emergencies, security, proximity neighborhoods, and elementary schools. I've spoken to some of the Board of Supervisors about this and expressed my concerns as well. Since hearing about it in the community, I've spoken to other school board members. I would ask that anyone watching here tonight that when the Board of Supervisors hearing happens to hear from the public on this, that if you have concerns that you show up to support the Otter River Zone. If you speak, speak respectfully. If you email, email respectfully. I'll pray for the wisdom of the Board of Supervisors on this matter. Last year when I was appointed, each month I donated my school board salary to causes in our schools. That continued once I was elected and will continue each month that I serve. For the first quarter of this year, I'm happy to announce that we will be donating to the Liberty High School Boosters for January, Liberty High School FFA for February, and Liberty High School Performing Arts for March. I've donated in the past to all three zones. If anybody has any suggestions for upcoming months, please let me know what to consider. It's the little things, it's doing the little things repetitively that make great strides and progress in the direction that you want to go over time. This past month, I had the honor of getting together with Melissa Overstreet. If you remember, she was one of two people awarded the RISE Award, and in 2022 was celebrated as Big Island Support Staff of the Year. I had the chance to volunteer at the Liberty Men's Baseball Concession last year with her, Nancy Nimio, and others. Outside of having a fantastic night serving food and having fun, I got to see firsthand that the great volunteers and opportunity to serve others. Parents, if you're not in the boosters, involved locally with the PTA, regularly attend school functions, or volunteer in other areas, you're truly missing out. The best part about getting involved is the relationships you cultivate and the understanding you have for the needs of your children, other children, and the amount of effort it takes to keep the programs going. In this particular case, I saw parents volunteering and spending time raising money for the booster program. But what I also noticed is that there were things that can be done to improve the operation, but I didn't want to overstep. So I asked if you could add anything here to make volunteering easier or more profitable, what would it be? And they answered. So as a token of my appreciation, I decided to donate two items that they mentioned, a hot dog roller and a popcorn machine. After all, who can watch a baseball game without a good hot dog or a bag of popcorn? The best part of my night was watching those that were serving concessions get excited when their child was up to bat or to pitch, regardless of the score. See, those volunteers that I got to work with at the Liberty concession stand are what make this community schools so great. They're involved in making sure things happen, and they're engaged in their child's life and supporting other children too. I want to take a moment to thank all of the parents that get involved both in the Boosters Clubs, volunteering to chaperone trips, the band parents, and recreational sports coaches. Our community schools would not exist without you. I encourage any parent that's listening who does not check one of those boxes on a regular basis and have school-age children to look at their calendar and see how they can manage their time better to participate in more Bedford County Public School events, to enrich their child's lives and contribute to others. After all, many hands make for light work, but volunteering can feel like a full-time job when there's not enough people to fill the spots. As Mrs. Kirby says, it's great to see so much energy and enthusiasm with the Liberty High School. She's right. I know that Ms. Kirby and other board members will agree on this, but participation drives school pride. The more you can contribute and the more you can help build something, the more you take pride in it. Community schools are best when the community supports them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Mr. Hill?
All right. Well, first of all, thank you to my peers on this board for understanding me not being here on February 9th and February 14th. While I did hate to miss, I will not apologize for missing because I was supporting my daughter. February 9th was senior night for my daughter Bella, who is a senior and playing basketball. And then on February 14th, we were traveling with the JF basketball team for region playoffs. So family first. But I do appreciate you guys understanding me not being here. It's been a great month. It's been a busy month, interesting month. February 23rd, I think was a Thursday, I was able to go and speak at CVCC in Bedford for 2 political science classes. Mr. Nagy had invited me over, and I got to share the fun and joy of campaigning and talking about school board responsibilities, community input, and just, explaining to those students, what it is to be on the school board, how you get there, the steps you take, different committees that we have, input that we receive, and decisions that we make. So great day there at CVCC. On the 27th, Ms. Kirby, Dr. Mealy, Dr. Bergen, and myself attended the Board of Supervisors meeting to listen to Mr. Hagler talk about some budget information, and so we were there for that to support. March 1st, we had a joint dinner with the Board of Supervisors, Chair Kirby, myself, Randy, and Dr. Bergen. Great conversation. I thought that it went very well and opened up some communication, so I look forward to having those more often. Then on the next day, I was invited and went to be a reading guest at Bedford Primary. So very interesting. I'm not sure if they enjoyed it as much as I did, but we talked about a dog and a frog and several other things. So it was much fun. That evening, we went to the Teacher of the Year, and I was standing there, and I shared with Ms. Kirby it was a very proud moment. You congratulate all of those teachers. But when I looked around that room and I counted, 23% of those elementary teachers taught my children. And so for me to know that my kids had Teacher of the Year standouts was very impressive. And I want to say congratulations to all of those Teacher of the Year, well-deserved, and the recognition was nice. Mr. Edwards, thank you. I had that as my last, but I'm going to go because I thought you did an outstanding job of that Teacher of the Year ceremony. I've got up here Ryan Edwards, thank you from your inclement weather days announcements, Teacher of the Year, board meetings, and JF football. You will be missed, but I want to say congratulations to you, and I really thank you for all of the things that you have made fun and interesting, and you've made people feel very special when you're recognizing. And so great job to you, Mr. Edwards. So, Teacher of the Year, again, after that, did some professional development that on the 3rd and 4th, which was really good because I got to meet our governor. And he come in and he spoke to those of us that were there for professional development. And so, great weekend on that. I want to give a shout out. I know Mary Beth Hunter was mentioned tonight. But I want to give a shout out to Mary Beth Hunter and Jennifer Long, who are teachers at TJ. I want to encourage parents to do this. I had a parent send me just great information and so excited about these two teachers and what they were doing for their kids. And so I started my email out to these two teachers of, hey, you were caught doing something awesome. And I think it's important, we as board members, we hear a lot of the negative, but it's important to remember there's a lot of good things going on in all of our schools. And so let us hear from you on those too. And I know, Dr. Bergen, you do a great job of recognizing our staff. There's several programs. But feedback from those teachers was, man, it was nice to hear from a board member. And so if you have those and you can send to any of these board members, let us hear from you, so we can personally recognize those teachers. It does make a difference. I wanted to comment based on feedback tonight about the halfway house or substance abuse. I know this may not be the board that approves those permits, but we as a board, if we so choose, can certainly ask our chair to send a letter from this board with any concerns that we have about any permits that may or may not be issued by our Board of Supervisors. If that's where the final decision lands, I know there's a planning committee, but I would just mention that. I don't know what the will of the board is, but we're hearing from our constituents. It is less than a half mile from one of our elementary schools, and so if there's a concern from this board that, that permit not be approved, I certainly think that it doesn't hurt for us to send a letter to the Board of Supervisors. So that's all I have, Ms. Kirby.
I'm going to follow up to your last comment while it's fresh on my mind. Would you like for me to write such a letter, Mr. Daniels?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then I will work on one and I will get a draft to you as quickly as I can. Okay, I bet no one can guess that I'm going to say this, but once again, we need bus drivers. It's my shameless monthly plug. If you or someone you know would be willing to drive for us, have them contact transportation. We will train, we will teach, we will get them on the road, help obtain that CDL. On behalf, I would like to join in, let's put it that way. I'd like to join in with the Liberty High School administration to thank the PTA for their efforts in putting on an awesome Sadie Hawkins Day dance. I hear it was a wonderful, wonderful event, and the students thoroughly enjoyed it. Along with Mr. Hill and Dr. Mealy, I was also at the Teacher of the Year banquet. Mr. Edwards, I told you before, I will tell you again, and I will continue to say it. You did an awesome job. Thank you. It was wonderful, and to see the recognition of the teachers, it was a wonderful thing. Just what a little bit of recognition will do. Mr. Fox was beside himself, ecstatic that night. And the food was so good, I had to break my diet again that night. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edwards, for putting that on and doing such a phenomenal job. I would also like to remind you guys that on the 14th, we are going to have a work session that's going to be a budget work session. As soon as we break out of that, we will immediately go into a CIP work session. So the people that were concerned with the parking lot bids, we will be discussing that in the CIP work session. Dr. Bergen mentioned in his 3 things to remember that report cards go home on March 20th. I also want to remind people that that is also the same night of our joint work session with the Board of Supervisors. So if you're really bored, I guess we'll be on YouTube then again too. And that is all I have to say. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
Moved, Madam Chairman.
I have a motion by Dr. Mealy. That was the first to have. Second by Mr. Hill. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting's adjourned.